Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Bellinger, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Fagg, Balscadeau, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Close, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Sullentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our chaplain.
It has truly been a blessing to serve you during this session, and I look forward to more next year. And I'm grateful I was able to bring the boss with me this morning, and you know, she keeps me in line, okay? Thank you for your prayers through all of the illness that we both have experienced, but she has experienced even with her Alzheimer's. So we covet your continued prayers. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, as we look back, thanks for the time you have given us here. Although we'll be leaving shortly, the Latin term sine die means we're leaving with no specific date to be called together again. And Lord, that reminds me of how things of the present tend to parallel things of the future, how issues of time unfold in eternity, how the sine die of today mirrors the one of the future. Lord, you have established a final sine die for all of us, a time when each one of us will individually leave here, but we haven't been told the day or the hour we'll be gathered together again. Yet your word is clear. In 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 10, you say we must all appear before the judgment seat of Christ, so that each of us may receive what is due us for the things done while in the body, whether good or bad. And in 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verses 13 and 14, you said the work we do on this side will be shown for what it is, because its quality will be revealed on the other side. And finally, Lord, by faith, let the good of the Christ be counted toward the good of your people. I conclude this prayer as we conclude this session in the precious name of Jesus. Amen. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On the point of personal privilege, Chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Close.
Thank you, Mr. President, and just wanted to take a moment this morning and appreciate all the colleagues being here and back, and as our last day, but to give recognition to some dear friends of mine, and my wife, Levi Vincent, and his wife Alyssa, and of course their parents are here today, and he is a Master Sergeant who has retired, and I'd just like to read a little bit concerning his career. Master Sergeant Levi B. Vincent is the non-commissioned officer in charge of command post system for the 190th Air Refueling Wing Command Post at Forbes Field here in Topeka, and the NCOIC of Command Post Systems. Sergeant Vincent is responsible for the health of infrastructure comprised of everything from the phone consoles and computers to the wing's nuclear command, control, and computer terminals, including a multi-million-dollar EMP hardened satellite system critical to the nation's nuclear deterrence mission. Sergeant Vincent is a native of Kokomo, Indiana, and enlisted in the Air Force in March of 2001, where he was assigned to the headquarters Air Mobility Command Tanker Airlift Control Center, TAC, at Scott Air Force Base. During his tenure as a TAC controller, he was selected to coordinate numerous high-priority missions supporting critical war efforts, including launching of the first C-17s into Afghanistan in October of 2001. In July of 2003, he was assigned to U.S. Transportation Command, Air Mobility Command, TAC Emergency Action Cells, supporting U.S. Transcom's and AMC's nuclear deterrence mission. While there, he was instrumental to reviving the training program, developing the geographically separated alternate U.S. Transcom and AMC Command Center location at Travis Air Force Base, and building a continuity of operations plan for smooth transfer of responsibility, a process which was previously non-existent. In March of 2005, Sergeant Vincent joined the 190th Command Post, where he served in various capacities and additional duties over the years, primarily serving as a subject matter expert on a variety of command post systems and responsibilities. He served as an AFGSC, and I'll have to look at that, Air Force Global Strike Command, units providing training to their personnel. During the relocation of the alert mission to Salina, Kansas, he was instrumental in developing and executing a plan to relocate the command's post-operating capability on short notice, a feat thought to be impossible in the career field. He still serves as and recognized SME or AMC units to this day. During his career, Sergeant Vincent has deployed in support of contingencies, including Operation Enduring Freedom, Operation Iraqi Freedom, and Operation Unified Protector. And since his retirement, he also received a certificate of appreciation for service in the Armed Forces of the United States of America by our former President and Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump. And so I just wanted to give recognition to him if he would stand for all his outstanding service in serving our country, and we appreciate it today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Messages from the governor. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 366 and House substitute for Senate Bill number 261 have been signed. House substitute for Senate Bill 84 and Senate Bill 421 have been signed. Senate Bill 313 has been signed. Regarding veto of Senate Bill 34, I have consistently opposed vaccine passports and mandating any COVID-19 vaccination. However, this bill goes beyond COVID-19 and implements a one-size-fits-all approach for all infectious diseases. It significantly limits any government entity's response to any infectious disease outbreak. As a result, this legislation creates significant safety concerns for workers, for employers, for the economy, and for all Kansans. Schools could not adequately respond to an outbreak of measles in a classroom, and manufacturing facilities could not respond to a tuberculosis outbreak. Beyond that, our agricultural sector could not continue to fight the highly pathogenic avian influenza, HPAI, and we have a responsibility to protect critically important agriculture industry and the farmers and ranchers who feed the nation. We need to be prepared for what's down the road to best protect Kansans. This bill puts the safety of all Kansans and our economy at risk. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto substitute for Senate Bill 34 by the Governor, Laura Kelly, dated May 13, 2022.
For reports from the Attorney General and the Department of Education, please see the May 23rd Senate Journal. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits certificate of action by the House of Representatives on Senate Bill 199, an act concerning insurance, relating to health insurance, providing for short-term limited duration health plans, amending KSA 40-2, 193, and repealing the existing section. The veto message from the governor having been received, members were given the opportunity to reconsider Senate Bill 199. No motion being made, the bill did not pass and the veto was sustained. Announcing the House herewith transmits certificate of action by the House of Representatives on Senate Bill 493, an act concerning cities and counties prohibiting the regulation of plastic and other containers designed for the consumption, transportation, or protection of merchandise, food, or beverages. The veto message from the governor having been received, members were given the opportunity to reconsider Senate Bill 493. No motion being made, the bill did not pass, and the veto was sustained.
Before recessing, are there announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Republicans will caucus upon the sound of the gavel. Well, we will caucus at 10:45 in room 548, and I yield to the senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus upon recess in 287 North. I yield back to the senator from Cali.
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate recess to the sound of the gavel.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Senate's in recess. Senate will come to order. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Joint Rule 4K be suspended to consider the following bill. Senate Bill 19.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Caucus, for a timing issue, we're going to move first to the 2136, the tax bill, so we can process that. We'll do final action, send it over the House before we actually move on to 19. So under the order of conference committee reports, Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson on House Bill 2136.
Thank you, Mr. President. For point of order, does he have to make the motion for House Bill CCR?
He does not.
For CCR? Okay.
He does not.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure that we got that right. So, Mr. President, we have a tax bill that has a few items to clean up the year. It's CCR Conference Committee Report 2136. This bill would do a few things. One of them, and a major item, it would clarify, it would eliminate the prepayment on sales tax for businesses that have a liability of greater than $40,000 per year. It would allow Atchison to have up to a 1 cent sales tax on the ballot, so the voters would decide, Atchison County. It would suspend the sales tax delivery exclusion charges for 1 year. Instead of starting July 1st, 2022, it would begin July 1st, 2023. On the sales tax exemption that this body passed on delivery charges and postage charges. It also, a major portion of this bill would allow businesses that were impacted by COVID, that were shut down during the pandemic. It would allow them to apply for up to $5,000 property tax relief. There are some details on that I can go over. With that, I'd stand for questions, Mr. President.
Questions for the Senator from Lynn. Senator from Douglas, Senator Hotline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the conference committee report brief. I guess the thing is particularly near and dear to my heart. I do want to reach out and appreciate and thank the carrier of the report brief. I felt she was a particularly strong advocate of being sure that the COVID-19 retail storefront property tax relief got in there. This was something that, in a true show of bipartisan spirit, Mr. President, this was something that I work on with the senator from Reno, Senator Stephan. And we had a concern back 2 years ago that there were certain smaller businesses, sole proprietorships, whatever, that didn't have access to the PPP monies and other things that a lot of other better connected businesses did. And so this was something that I and the Senator from Reno put together, basically targeting those smaller, poor, both inner city urban as well as rural. This would be your barbershops, your hairdressers, things like that, where they actually had storefront traffic coming in because of COVID-19, Mr. President. You know, the county, you know, had ordered them to suspend their operations. I thought in the conference committee, when this was put together, there were some good changes made. First of all, it doesn't ding the county anymore. My understanding really doesn't even ding the state either. There's some federal funds set aside to fund this totally. There was also a $5,000 cap put on it. We originally had it at $7,500. And I think one of the important things about this is, my caucus reminded me of, because it's been a number of weeks, that for those businesses that actually went out of business because of COVID, they can still actually get some benefit out of this, which I think is super. And when we put that portion of the bill together, Mr. President, we also excluded certain types of businesses that, you know, really would not have exhibited the storefront traffic that is so vital to some of those that really took it on the chin. So anyway, I do want to thank the carrier of the report brief for keeping that piece in, and would just ask for the body's consideration. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, I might have been distracted. Before we continue, could you make your motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the conference committee report on 2136.
For the motion, are there further questions? Seeing none, Senator, you may close, or we'll move to final action.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank the body. There is some great legislation in this. It may not be apparent to everyone, but a big piece of this legislation is so that businesses are not prepaying. And what has been happening for years is the government, the state government, has been collecting sales tax in advance before the sale occurs. This makes no sense, especially to the businesses. So what we're going to do is we're going to allow the businesses to keep their money until they actually make the sale. It makes perfect sense, common sense. The Atchison piece, it's good for the locals. They have an option for local governing and to decide on the election. The COVID relief portion, this is so important. We had businesses that were shut down by our governor, and she's going to take credit for giving them property tax relief here. You guys, don't buy into that narrative. It is a false narrative. She is the reason that we have to pass this legislation. You know, I see that there's a lot of, and we know this with all legislation, people take credit for items that they haven't done in the past or that they have done in the past. Well, we have worked diligently to pass tax legislation in Kansas. You know, and the governor's going to take credit for this again. You guys, again, don't buy into the false narrative. Instead, let's give her credit for where she deserves it. The unemployment system, I don't know if you saw the article this weekend, there are 2 to 4 hour delays for people calling into the unemployment system again. The contract that was let, it's just gonna be a major issue. It went to one of the highest bidders and it's gonna cost taxpayers, and there's been a 2-year delay on that already, and now the new system's not gonna be implemented till 2024. I know I'm a little off topic here, you guys, and I appreciate your indulgence, but I know that she's going to take credit for this when she shut the businesses down, and I'm completely disappointed because we could have gotten more legislation this year. We should have gotten more legislation this year. And with that, I'll ask the body to support Conference Committee 2136.
We will hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we'll take the following. Conference Committee report on HB 2136. Clerk will read the title.
House Bill number 2136, an act concerning insurance.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Faustido. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Yeah, I paused just a moment when my name was called, because as much as I think that I is the appropriate vote for me on this, the rant of the senator that spoke ahead of me almost made me reconsider, but I vote aye.
Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye on this measure. I do so because it is, I believe, an adequate response to what we had to do, or we should do, for those small businesses that were disaffected during a course in time when not only Kansas, but many states found it necessary to quell a raging pandemic by asking there to not be public gatherings. The responsible measure that was taken by our governor and by the governors of most of the 50 states was to close and have these businesses to close until we could get a grip on what was happening by way of pandemic, this virus that was spreading across the land, creating sickness, and in many cases now what's been reported to be 1 million deaths in our country. It was a responsible thing to do, sad to see these businesses closed. They had to be, but now it is the responsible thing to do in supporting this legislation to offset as much as we can the losses sustained by our small businesses.
Further explanations? Are there any changes of vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Thirty-five having voted in favor and none opposed to the passage of House Bill 2136. This measure, having reached its required constitutional majority, is hereby declared passed. Introduction of original motions and Senate resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Resolution 1734 by Senators Alley, Stephan, and Thompson. A resolution disapproving the proposed amendments to the international health regulations of the World Health Organization offered by President Biden's administration.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to just read this resolution, and it's pretty self-explanatory. A resolution disapproving the proposed amendments to the international health regulations of the World Health Organization offered by President Biden's administration. Whereas in March 2020, the World Health Organization encouraged democratic nations to impose lockdowns, mandates, vaccine passports, and digital health surveillance, among other measures. And whereas the WHO has openly stated that such measures like digital vaccine passports can be used for purposes other than health care, such as employment, university education, and international travel regulation. And whereas on January 18, 2022, the administration of President Joe Biden proposed extensive amendments to the international health regulations of the WHO without any official statement or press conference. And whereas, if approved, such amendments would allow the WHO to unilaterally declare an international health emergency in a member nation, and such declaration could then be used to justify economic and financial actions against the targeted nation by other countries aligned with the WHO that wish to harm or control the targeted nation. And whereas the proposed amendments would reduce the time period for a nation to withdraw its approval of the amendments from 18 months to 6 months, and whereas the proposed amendments were not made public until April 12th, 2022, and whereas during the week of May 22nd, 2022, the World Health Assembly is meeting to vote on the proposed amendments, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate of the state of Kansas that the amendments to the international health regulations of the WHO offered by the Biden administration are strongly disapproved, as they will ultimately hand over the United States national sovereignty and authority to the WHO and place our democratic nation in the control of an unelected international organization that's wholly unaccountable to the people of this country. And be it further resolved that the Secretary of the Senate shall send an enrolled copy of this resolution to the United States President Joe Biden, the World Health Organization, the Governor, and the Secretary of the Department of Health and Environment. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Any questions on the resolution? Seeing none.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and the Senate Resolution 1734 be adopted by voice vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We will now return to the order. We're ready to return to the order of conference committee reports. Chair recognizes Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand on House substitute for Senate Bill 19.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill number 19 establishes a 988 suicide and mental health hotline. We discussed, I think both parties or both caucuses did meet on this, and we met on it again this morning, so I won't belabor the details. I'll just move that the Senate adopt the conference committee report on House substitute for Senate Bill 19 and stand for questions.
Are there questions on Senate Bill 19? Seeing none, we'll hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. On this roll call, we will take the conference committee report on House sub for Senate Bill 19. Clerk will read the title.
House substitute for Senate Bill number 19, an act concerning public health.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bagg. Fausto. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Close. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. From no to pass and explanation of vote.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have not seen this legislation across the Senate floor or in committee, and I have a difficult time supporting or voting against anything that we have not seen before.
Further explanations, Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know this is important, and a lot of us voted for it, not knowing exactly how this is all working. But as a member of the 911 Commission, I think next year we need to look at maybe combining this with 911. It seems like we're trying to reinvent something here and duplicating services. And I do support the suicide prevention, and so I did vote for this, but I think we need to maybe look next year and see if the possibility of merging this somehow with 911. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to change my vote from no to pass and explanation of vote. I recognize the importance and I support efforts, suicide prevention efforts, and I recognize the need for mental health services. I'm not convinced that this bill was ready and is the answer to address this problem, but I do support efforts to address our mental health crisis. Just have concerns over this particular bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to echo the comments of the previous senators on this. It wasn't heard in the Senate. And I don't believe this bill appropriately accomplishes what we need to do. I personally know 6 people who've taken their lives. Friends, extended family, coworkers. I know the tragedy. I know the loss. I understand how it affects people and impacts them. So I do want to do something about this, but I think this bill creates a layer of bureaucracy that's unnecessary and could be better accomplished, as the senator from Cherokee indicated, perhaps looking at this again and coordinating with 911, make it less onerous, less top-heavy, and so that I continue to vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to echo the comments from the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, and the other senators as well, but be copied on his. Thank you.
So ordered. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I'm pleased to see that the Senate is adopting 988 for hotline services. This will be a national program that we will be participating in. It makes a lot of sense to be able to share that single number rather than have mental health associations provide a variety of numbers. When this service is needed, this will help people get it. Thank you.
Any further explanation? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to change my no to pass and explain the change.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand the benefits of having some type of place for individuals contemplating suicide, going through a rough place in life to call, but I would I'm not going to spend the time echoing what my colleagues have already said, but I don't think we're really ready to pass this piece of legislation. Therefore, I'm just going to pass. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, so Senator, we still have one senator traveling in, Senator McGann, that wishes to cast a vote on this. It looks like an ETA is roughly 50 minutes. So I think we were hoping to work through lunch, but I think what we're going to do, we're going to stand at ease during this roll call. I'm going to hold the roll open. We will come back at 1 o'clock, 50 minutes from now. She should be here. We'll close the roll. We will then have the messages from the House in our hand, and we should be able to finish business within, I would say, 20, 30 minutes of that. So you're free to go grab some lunch, but we will hold this open until 1 p.m., and we are at ease. Senate will come back to order. And current posture, the roll is open on SB 19. Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator McGinn. Are any other changes of vote? Any other explanations of vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. $25 having voted in favor and 2 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 19. This measure having reached its constitutional majority is hereby declared passed. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
Announcing a line item veto from the governor, together with the enrolled copy of HB 2510, an act making and concerning appropriations for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2022, June 30th, 2023, and June 30th, 2024, for state agencies authorizing certain transfers, capital improvement projects and fees, imposing certain restrictions and limitations, and directing or authorizing certain receipts, disbursements, procedures, and acts incidental to the foregoing, amending KSA 2021 Sup 76-1959, and repealing the existing section. Received on May 16, 2022, and read on May 23, 2022. There being no motion to reconsider on HB 2510, the line item veto was sustained. Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor together with the enrolled copy of HB 2387, an act concerning the executive branch relating to actions by state agencies and the governor, prohibiting the issuance of a request for proposal or entering into a new contract for the administration and provision of benefits under the Medical Assistance Program, relating to the Kansas Emergency Management Act, removing the authority of the governor to prohibit attending or conducting certain religious services and worship services, amending KSA 2021 Sup 48-925, and repealing the existing section, which was received on May 13th, 2022, and read on May 23rd, 2022. Having a transparent, competitive bidding process is a key to ensuring that our state contracts provide the most value to Kansas taxpayers while using the latest technology and best practices. This is not only good for the state of Kansas, but also for our current MCOs and for the people they serve. The language included in HB 2387 regarding the current MCO contracts is a product of closed-door dealings to push legislation that did not have a single proponent. There is little question that this effort is fraught with legal issues and jeopardizes our Medicaid program. HB 2387 prohibits the state Medicaid agency from pursuing the state's independent procurement process and, by doing so, functionally provides the current MCOs with a non-bid, multi-billion-dollar contract. We must favor transparency and fair competition over attempts to reinsert corruption into the state contracting process. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto HB 2387. By the Governor Laura Kelly, dated May 13th, 2022. A motion was made that HB 2387 be passed, notwithstanding Governor's veto, by vote of 84 yeas and 38 nays. The motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives voting in the affirmative, the bill passed. Announcing the House herewith transmits the veto message from the governor together with the enrolled copy of HB 2252, an act concerning elections prohibiting the modification of election laws by agreement except as approved by the legislature amending KSA 25-125 and repealing the existing section, which was received on May 13th, 2022, and read on May 23rd, 2022. Elected officials must be able to perform their job duties effectively and efficiently by prohibiting executive branch offers, including the governor, secretary of state, and attorney general, from entering into agreements regarding the enforcement of election law. This bill prevents the executive branch from fulfilling its constitutional duties. House Bill 2252 represents an overreach by the legislative branch that defies the separation of powers, a principle fundamental to a working democracy. If passed, it would also lead to costly litigation and expense of the Kansas taxpayers. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto House Bill 2252. The Governor's Office, Laura Kelly, dated May 13th, 2022. A motion was made that House Bill 2252 be passed, notwithstanding the Governor's veto. By a vote of 84 yeas and 37 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Chair recognizes Senator Johnson, Senator Olson.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2252, that's the consent decree. What that would do, that would stop the governor's office or the Secretary of State entering into any agreements on elections. They would have to come back to the legislature, and if the legislature wasn't in session, then they would have to come to the LCC. The bill passed out of here 28 votes. So with that, I'll make the motion that the veto message of the governor has been read. I move that House Bill 2252 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we're now ready for final action. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Glaze. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Fagg. Fauskado. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson.
Aye.
McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Are there any explanations of vote? Changes of vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. 27 having voted in favor and 10 opposed to the passage of House Bill 2252. This measure having reached its two-thirds constitutional majority, overriding the governor's veto on House Bill 2252, the motion prevails and the bill is passed. Chair recognizes the Senator from McPherson, Senator Wilbur.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2387 accomplishes two things. It clarifies that no executive branch agency or the governor may take any action to prohibit church or worship services during an emergency. Number two, it recognizes that the RFP process of the state's Medicare managed care organizations, commonly called MCOs, does not begin until 2023. The argument being that the possible changes to Medicaid should not be made at the very end of a governor's term. This does not extend the period for the RFP, but simply requires that the process not to begin before the new term does. Whoever the governor is for a full term should be able to negotiate the next contracts as well as enforce them. This is a best practice by any business, be it nonprofit, for-profit, or whoever. I believe that it applies here. Furthermore, it will promote the transparency and smooth functioning of government services. It is essential to provide the best service to Kansans who participate in Medicare. Mr. Chairman, a vote message of the governor having been read, I move House Bill 2387 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You've heard the motion. Are there questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there a date that the current MCO contracts are set to expire?
Senator from McPherson.
Mr. President, end of 2023.
Senator from Douglas.
And do we know how long it took to negotiate those agreements before they were signed?
Senator from McPherson.
I've been told that the process will not take more than 3 months once initiated. Sometimes it's less.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that this body consider the timing as we pass any new contracts so we don't find ourselves in this situation again if there's a majority that feels that this is inappropriate. We could have avoided this by setting different dates for the contracts. Thank you.
Further questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
I just would like to know, Mr. President, thank you. The Senator from, I know I'm like I know myself.
McPherson.
Thank you. A little rusty, Mr. President. Senator from McPherson just shared that didn't want to tie any subsequent administrations potentially hands in this negotiation. What happened before, actually, is my question. When we came from the preceding administration, I guess it would have been Governor Collier, did we have this same consideration given that there would be another administration, and did we make these, did we put these measures in place? Mr. President.
Senator from McPherson.
Yes, Mr. President, not that I'm aware of. I frankly am not confident in answering that question with authenticity.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I just thank Senator from McPherson, Mr. President. I think it's certainly good to be proactive potentially, but also to be consistent. That if these measures had been in place 4 years ago as well, and these concerns had been expressed, then I would be more likely to uphold them with the precedent that would have been established. So I think it's prudent policy to allow what has been in place for some time to continue, and therefore certainly would support I support the governor's veto in this particular case. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further question or comment? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Currently, with our MCOs, could the Senator from McPherson share with us how many clients are served through CanCare?
Senator from McPherson.
Mr. President, I cannot.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, I think that's an important issue. We have 500,000 Kansans now that are receiving services through our MCOs, and having had the honor of sitting on the CanCare Oversight Committee for the last couple of years, it's been an opportunity, and there again, we have this CanCare Oversight Committee in place. It's a joint committee, both House and Senate, to take into consideration those issues that clients might have currently with MCOs, and to then have that information to help with those negotiations. When we extend a contract that's already in place, and we aren't being at the least bit considerate of those clients that are elderly, the disabled, children and pregnant women, and their needs, and how we can better serve them as we've learned through the current contract. We have a system that has had flaws in the past and under past administrations, and there's been great effort made to make sure that we're providing the best quality care for the 500,000 clients currently being served. This body often has talked about waiting lists and services that are provided, and I would hate to see us delay those kinds of changes to providing the best care for those 500,000 Kansans. So the current process has been serving us well, and I think we should, this timeline is going to move back the changes, going to move back the MCO contracts, to my understanding, to 25. So that is quite an extension. I find this to be poor legislation. Also, I heard earlier the concern about something that never had been before this body before, and this has never been before this body before.
Senator McPherson, seeing nope.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a little correction. This is not an extending the contract at all. It is moving the start of the RFP process up a couple months until the new governor gets in the office. So this is not an extension of the contracts whatsoever.
Senator Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we need to be clear here. I would strongly disagree with what was just stated by the Vice President. This is very clearly a no-bid contract. If these requests for proposals are not allowed to go out this year, the effect of them not going out is that we have to renew the existing contracts in order to continue to provide services for the about 488,000 Kansans who rely on CanCare. So this is absolutely $4 billion in no-bid contracts to 3 MCOs, including one MCO that recently entered into a $27 million settlement with the Attorney General regarding its pharmacy benefit management practices. It's 20% of our state budget, Mr. President, in no-bid contracts. To do that on the last day of the session in 2022, I don't think that's good policy. My second point is, it's been mentioned twice that, oh, this is just how businesses and nonprofits do things. I don't think no-bid contracts are how successful businesses do things. Businesses that are respectful of their investors and their shareholders, I don't think those businesses routinely award no-bid contracts. Same goes for nonprofits that value their donors. So I don't think this is any way that we as fiduciaries should be treating Kansas taxpayers or all of the people that rely on CanCare services. Third point, clearly what we're doing here is picking winners and losers. I hear that all the time in this chamber, Mr. President. We shouldn't be picking winners and losers. What this would do is this would lock in the existing MCOs for at least another year by requiring us to extend their contract. Why should they not have to go out and compete? Why should they get this automatic extension without going through any competitive process? There's been no transparency around this provision. It was mentioned by my colleague from Wyandotte. This was never heard in the Senate, not heard in a single one of our committees. The representative who introduced this bill has said that she now has renounced ownership of the bill. She wants nothing to do with it. At the hearing on the bill, Mr. President, there was not a single proponent So I would just urge us all to think about that. If this was truly good policy for Kansans, why wouldn't somebody come forward and see the hearing as an opportunity to extol the virtues of what we're doing? How many times have we had a hearing on a bill where there's literally not a single person who wants to be publicly associated with this policy? The representative who introduced the bill doesn't want to be associated with it. None of the folks who are obviously working behind the scenes to get these forced extensions want to be publicly identified with it. So I would just have to really ask about why is there such secrecy and why does nobody want to have their fingerprints on this? It was mentioned earlier, this bill, this language, it never passed a single chamber. So I think we're in violation of our own rules by pushing this forward. It was tried to put into a budget proviso. That was unsuccessful. I think there's a single subject problem with this. We've got two completely unrelated issues. We've got something involving KEMA, and we've got something else completely unrelated involving CanCare in the same conference committee report. Why are they together, Mr. President? Well, we all know why they're together, because this no-bid contract extension wouldn't pass on its own. It wouldn't, if you gave this a standalone up or down vote, it absolutely would not pass, so it had to be combined with the KEMA piece. So, look, for all those reasons, I'm going to ask that the body vote no on this, that we sustain the governor's veto. I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further questions. Oh, Senator from Cherokee, Senator Hildebrand.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was entertaining. No bid contract. I just want to make sure, ask the carrier of this veto override a clarification on this so we understand whether or not this is a no bid contract that we are voting on, or if it's just merely a delay of enacting the RFP process. Because by delaying the activation of the RFP process, that has nothing to do with anything contractual or extending a contract. So therefore, there's no way possible that it could be a no bid contract. So if the carrier of the veto override could answer that question to clarify for the body, I'd appreciate it.
Senator from McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is not a no-bid process contract. It is just like the senator from Cherokee indicated. It just moves the initiation process up a few months. And secondly, you answer the question as to whether it passed either body. It passed this body before. It passed the House a few minutes ago. And all those things are kind of brought into the picture to kind of stir up the water. But the truth of the matter is, it just moves the RFP process forward so that the new governor, regardless who it is, has the first step. Thank you.
Further questions, Senator from Douglas, Senator Holland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, now my interest is piqued. We do have a question for the Vice President. I want to be sure I'm totally clear on this. The existing non-compete awards that were made to the MCOs, will those have to be extended because this body is trying to put off the recompete of the existing non-compete contracts? What right now is the current expiration date, Mr. President, of the non-compete MCO awards?
Senator from McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I stated before, 2023.
Senator from Douglas.
2023.
So, Mr. President, just so I'm understanding here, this in no way extends the current award. We will not be going back, should this override the governor, we will not be going back and extending the existing award contracts into next year.
Senator from McPherson.
Mr. President, that is my understanding, yes.
Senator from Douglas.
Well, I hope it's more than an understanding. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty for the second time.
Senator from McPherson, so currently the RFP would be going out when?
Senator from McPherson.
Mr. President, I believe the proposed RFP is supposed to go out in October, I believe it is.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. I know the comment was made that this was just 3 months, but we're just talking about an RFP, and after the RFP, what has to occur?
Senator from
Mr.
McPherson.
President, I don't think I understood the question.
Yeah. Senator from Wyandotte.
So the RFP being issued, that's not there's other things that occur within the work towards a contract besides just an RFP being issued. What are those other, what's the process?
Senator McPherson.
Mr. President, I guess if the answer is that there is a number of steps within the process before the contract is awarded, if that's what we're driving at. I don't think we should compare it to the Department of Labor and that contract and how that's worked so nice. So what we're talking about is just an extension of the start of the process for the new administration.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So I'm not exactly certain how the Department of Labor came into play on talking about CanCare, but so once the RFP go out, we have to negotiate a contract, do all the planning, mitigate any data, and before it's going live. So I think I have to respectfully disagree that this doesn't extend our contracts, because delaying any process of it delays the rest of it for making that final decision. So yes, as was mentioned before, the current MCOs are going to get an extension. It's just clear, and it's not in the best interest of the 500,000 Kansans that are being served, who could be getting a different product, different opportunities for service with what we know now about our MCOs and the services that they're providing, and whether we want to negotiate a better service for our clients. This doesn't allow that to happen in the timely manner that this body has set up.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And while I understand the importance of RFP and bid processes, I don't want us to forget the other part of this. I stand for religious freedom. I stand that so people of faith never have to have their places of worship shut down again for any reason. And for that reason, I urge support of this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further questions, Senator from McPherson, you may close, or we will move to final action.
Mr. President, we might as well move to final action.
We are ready for final action. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley, Baumgardner, Billinger, Bowers, Clays, Corson, Dietrich, Dahl, Erickson, Bagg, Faustigedo, Francisco, Gossage, Haley, Hawk, Hildebrand, Holland, Holscher, Kirshen, Cluse, Longbine, Masterson, McGinn, Olson, O'Shea, Peck, Peterson, Petty, Pittman, Pyle, Reichman, Steffen, Straub, Sullentrop, Sykes, Thompson, Tyson, Ware, Warren, Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I do want to explain my aye vote. When we talk about CanCare, it was interesting what wasn't brought up today, and that is the reason that I did vote aye. Through interim committee meetings as well as regular session committee meetings, we continue to be told by the leadership over DCF and KDADS that all of those Kansans that are on the wait list, we don't really know what services they need. because we've never circled back around. We've never talked to the parents of children. We've never talked to those caregivers of those Kansans that are not receiving any services because they're on a wait list. We don't even know today what services they need. So yes, should we push back the RFP process? We should. And that's going to give the folks at KDADS and DCF plenty of time to finally find out what the needs are of those Kansans that are on our wait list. Thank you, Mr. President.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal?
Sure, thank you.
So ordered. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Pittman.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill 2387 has in place pieces I could support with regard to symbolically clarifying one of our constitutional rights to religion, especially if it was a little bit more thoughtful. However, the very questionable aspect of this bill, Mr. President, is the restriction of the state's contract negotiation process for our Medicaid partners. By arbitrarily limiting the current administration's ability in what has been a standard cycle of renegotiations to this point, and with an administration that has 4 years of learnings to put in place, this bill functionally provides the current MCOs with effectively an extra year-long no-bid multi-billion-dollar contract by restricting the ability to ask for other bids. 2387 unnecessarily opens the contract process in our state to partisan politics for a major gubernatorial election, giving at minimum the appearance of potential corruption, major conflicts of interest, and with the billions of dollars at stake, especially given the closed-door dealings of how this legislation came to us today through a less than transparent process. I vote no, Mr. President. Well, if I can have my word spread. Thank you.
So ordered. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain why I was proud to vote yes for this veto override. As a member of the Special Committee on Government Overreach and the Impact of COVID-19 Mandates, as the chairman of Senate Judiciary Committee and a member of this legislature, part of the special session in November 2021, we heard from Kansans all across the state how their First Amendment rights were violated by government overreach. So I am honored to vote yes for this veto override to stand against any further government overreach and restrictions on First Amendment rights when it comes to the free exercise of religion. I vote yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
And would you like your remarks spread on the journal as well?
Yes, thank you.
So ordered. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I request to join the remarks of the senator from Leavenworth.
So ordered. Any further explanation? Any changes? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. (27) having voted in favor and 10 opposed to House Bill 2387, a 2/3 constitutional majority having been reached, the veto is overridden and HB 2387 prevails and the bill is passed. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Joint Rule 4K be suspended and consider the following bill, House Bill 2597.
Joint Rule 4K, by tradition, has not been debated. It sets it aside and allows for the debate of 2597. So all in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Motion does pass. We're on. Roll call's been requested to take 5 hands. 5 hands being seen. Roll call. We're a roll call vote on the motion to suspend Rule 4K for the purposes considering 2597. Clerk will, Senator from Leavenworth.
Just to be clear, can you clarify the yes and a no vote on this particular one?
A yes vote would suspend Rule 4K for the purposes of considering 2597. A no vote would not allow that to happen. Clerk will call the roll. As soon as we're ready. No, we're waiting. We'll patiently wait.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Falscadeau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain my vote. This is a procedural vote. We all know that we're in sine die and the House has already adjourned. We can tell that this is not for results, it's to poke. This is a procedural vote, not a vote for tax relief for Kansas families. I vote no.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal? So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau. So ordered. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley. So ordered. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I would change my pass to no and ask to join the remarks of the Senator from Johnson.
So ordered. Further explanation, Senator from Miami, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I change my pass to aye.
Further changes. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Preliminary count, please, Mr. President.
(22 aye, 5 no, remaining passing. Further changes. Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. 22 having voted in favor and 5 opposed, the motion to suspend Rule K has passed. We now recognize Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, for the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2597.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've seen this report before. I won't belabor it. There is a handout on your desk, and I would move that the Senate adopt Conference Committee report, House Bill 2597, and I'll stand for question.
Are there questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I know that we saw this at 2 a.m. 3 weeks ago, and at that time, I asked some questions of the carrier of the bill, which I will ask again. Some of these, so could the carrier please go through and share with us the fiscal notes for these various tax items?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. And many of these we've already passed. The standard deduction is approximately $2 million to $8 million the next year. It removes the cliff and eventually gets rid of it. Social Security, or that increases the standard deduction annually based off inflation. Social Security is a similar fiscal note. It removes the cliff, gradually gets rid of it. The retirement plan to subtract and decrease income tax is $9.75 million, then $32 million on the out years. The good senator can read the sheet. Does she want me to continue?
Senator from Wyandotte.
Absolutely.
Okay, there's not a fiscal note on the next 3 items, NOL and the other. It's estimated to be $25 million a year. And the child care, we've already passed that in another piece of legislation. The sales tax estimate, so it's negligible. The sales tax elimination, we just passed that earlier today. It's $191 million for a 2-week period. It's not, we explained that. It's not a fiscal note, it's just a delay of payment. The commercial utility exemption is 0 this year, 55 next year on sales tax. Washburn, there's none. It's just clarifying language so that it is in the statute and correctly. And Atchison, we passed that this morning. There's no fiscal note. And the COVID-19 restoration, approximately a $50 million fiscal note, which we passed this morning too.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So this piece of, so this tax bill has not been updated in any way in relation to legislation that we've already passed?
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, this is a conference committee report that all 6 conferees signed off on in the 1st of April.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Could the senator please explain what will happen to what value would be in passing this piece of legislation? This is sine die, and the House is already adjourned.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. It sends a strong message that the Senate supports this legislation and will hopefully get the House to pick it up next year.
Senator from Wyandotte.
I think that I would then turn to the president and ask, since the House is adjourned, the House is up for re-election, do any bills still have life after this sine die?
Once we adjourn sine die, it's the end of the biennium. Everything is dead.
Thank you. So for the carry of the bill, this bill would be dead even if this body passes it.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm looking at this list of the costs involved with these changes, the fiscal note involved with these changes, and just with a quick math here. It looks like we're talking about $125 million more a year. Would that be correct?
Senator from Lynn.
Mr. President, I've never done this in my career, and I've never voted for it before, but I'm going to call the question.
So we have a motion to call the question. That's right. Requires 10 hands to call. We see 10 hands. 10 hands, I see. The question will be called.
Please say aye.
All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Motion passes. We'll move straight to final action. We are now on final action on Conference Committee Report 2597. Clerk will call the roll. Yeah, clerk will need to read, sorry, it's Conference Committee Report. Clerk will read the title.
Senate substitute for House Bill number 2597, an act concerning property taxation.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Baumgardner. Billinger. Bowers. Clays. Corson. Dietrich. Dahl. Erickson. Bag. Voscato. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hawk. Hildebrand. Holland. Holscher. Kirshen. Cluse. Longbine. Masterson. McGinn. Olson. O'Shea. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Pittman. Pyle. Reichman. Steffen. Straub. Sullentrop. Sykes. Thompson. Tyson. Ware. Warren. Wilborn.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, like others, might have thought we would have more time when we came back than one day. I think it's appropriate to have a one-day session. I do not think it's appropriate to have a conference committee report without an opportunity to caucus and discuss it. I'm also concerned because I absolutely would like to change the cliff on Social Security benefits, but I know that there are individuals for whom paying taxes on Social Security is not a hardship. So there was no opportunity to make any amendments. There was no opportunity even to discuss this. I vote pass.
For the changes or explanations, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know the hour is late. We have attempted to pass this, and that is incorrect. We did caucus on it. We caucused on it in early April. The gamesmanship that went on up here, we were not going to get any other tax legislation if we sent this to the House. I want to send a strong message that the senators and Kansans want to remove the cliff in Social Security. We want to increase the standard deduction, and we want true tax relief for Kansans. I am up here fighting for them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Would you like your remarks spread on the journal? So ordered. Any more changes, explanations? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Thank you. 27 having voted in favor and none opposed, the passage of House Bill 2597, this measure having reached its constitutional majority is hereby declared passed. We now return to the introduction of bills and concurrent resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 581 by Committee on Ways and Means, an act concerning the State Board of Regents.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 581. We're going to jump into some points of personal privilege. First one is the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm proud to announce the birth of a grandson on May 7th. It's the first time since I've been in the legislature that I've had an opportunity to announce the birth of a grandchild. I have 5 other grandchildren, so now I have 6, but my daughter over in Manhattan had a baby boy. His name is Truman Duke Peters. Thank you.
Congratulations. Welcome to the club. I had 2 this session. That's all. Next privilege, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought we were going to have another day for sine die, so I appreciate the body's indulgence. Mark Semino, baseball coach from Seaman High School, was named National Assistant Coach of the Year. They have an exemplary record. They have over 17 regional wins in a row. So I want to congratulate the Seaman baseball team and Mark Semino on his efforts. And I yield to the senator from Topeka, or Shawnee, Senator O'Shea.
Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. Want to reiterate those efforts for our coach from Seaman, just lived 2 blocks south of the high school. Proud of those teams and the coaches and parents and everyone involved.
Senator from Lynn.
Thank you. And full disclosure, Mark goes over and above. When there's a snowstorm, he goes out and scrapes the windows for other teachers. He's a great example for students on how to live their lives. And his career is teaching. And full disclosure, Mark is my cousin. Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations to him. While we have this moment too, I have some special thank yous that we need to spread around. First and foremost, we've got a special thank you to Corey Carnahan, our Senate Secretary, and his staff. We have 2 retirements too. Verla and Harriet are retiring. We're going to miss your faces. Thank you so much for your service. Pretty sure, I know Verla for sure, and maybe Harriet have been constant faces my whole time in the Senate. So thank you very much for your service and your patience with everybody we deal with, right? So, I'd also like to thank Don, Sergeant at Arms, Don Cackler. We also have a retirement back there before we, Steve Lagrone is also retiring. Gonna miss Steve. You might keep him in your prayers. They've been going through some rough personal things. Special thank you to our Senate Chaplain, Cecil. He's not here, but also want to get that on the record. For our revisers, Gordon Self and all his hardworking staff, J.G. Scott, research and all their hardworking staff. We all know the time they put in. LAS Director Tom Day and his staff, special thank you. Post Audit, Chris Clark and her staff. And then particular thanks from me to my staff, Chase and Michelle and Mike, Rosemary, who deals with, she plays buffer for me a lot. I call her my Topeka mom, and I love her like my mother. So thank you for that and for dealing with us as a body. I think I would also then probably be a good time to yield to the minority leader, Senator Sykes. I'm sure she has a few thanks to spread around.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by thanking my caucus. Up against extraordinary odds, each of you continually fights for what is right and what is good. Your constituents should be grateful for the time and care you put into researching issues, learning about legislation, and advocating for your communities. I certainly am grateful for all that you have done this session and will continue to do for Kansans. Thank you to the wonderful leadership team, our assistant leader, Senator Faustido, our whip, Senator Petty, our agenda chair, Senator Francisco, and our caucus chair, Senator Pittman. My staff, Corey, Jaden, and Helena, you are amazing, and I will embarrass you later, not on the Senate floor. Thank you to Legislative Research, particularly Jordan, who did an admirable job through the redistricting process. Thanks, Jordan. The revisers, LAS, our incredible office assistants, Secretary of Senate and his staff, our custodial staff, the snack shop, the press corps, everyone who makes the Capitol and the Legislature run. Thank you to leadership, staff in general, for working hard to communicate with our staff so that my caucus can best serve our constituents. And thank you to my colleagues across the aisle for your commitment to serving the interests and people who sent you here. I say thank you to the President for humoring me in fantasy football and letting me win on occasion. And finally, thank you to engaged Kansans who have emailed, testified, tweeted, called, text on behalf of your communities. Because of your efforts and your support, we accomplished some great things this session that inch us toward our shared vision of a better Kansas. That said, we are also dealt significant setbacks. Some of our ramifications that will impact our ability to fight against some extremism for years to come. The work you've done is hard, but the work ahead that is coming is harder. Thank you.
Well, my special thanks to the minority leader too, and like I let you win, right? I mean, those were fair and square, right? That you beat us. It has been pleasant working with you these last couple of years. I did notice, I saw our troopers back there. I forgot you, Roy Wise, Mitch Clark. Thank you. And I assume my majority leader would like to say, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a special day for one person here in the chamber, and that is the Assistant Majority Leader. I believe it's her birthday, so happy birthday, Senator. Thank you to the Senate and also to the caucus. This has been an interesting, educational, and I believe a successful year, and so thank you for that. Thank you to the staff, Eric, Kathy, Marcia. Thank you for putting up with me for the year, so thank you very much for all you guys do. Thank you to the Senate for all your hard work. Thank you for all you do, your dedication, your time away from home. I just want to say thank you very much for all that. And finally, I'd like to echo the thank you that our president has made to the staff over here. The staff is the one that keeps the thing rolling. So thank you very much.
Vice President Senator Wilburn.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to say it's been my honor to serve as Vice President of the Senate, and I'm particularly proud of the collegial attitude, both sides of the aisle, 93% of the time. Obviously, the Senate President the majority leader have thanked the appropriate members of the staff all throughout the building. I appreciate every single one, the president's staff, the majority leader staff, and the minority leader staff. I do want to thank particularly Darren Beckham, my chief of staff, who strives hard to be of help to all senators. I think you know that. I also like to thank Jennifer Forrester, committee assistant on redistricting. Wasn't an easy year. I'd like to thank Jordan Mulholland of research and Jason Long for their hard, tedious work on the map redrawing. Also, I'd like to thank Jack Hendrickson, my intern, who's been a real star, and I hope he comes back this year. It's been a real pleasure working with each and every one of you. Thank you.
Okay, let's script this thing out. Messages from the House. The clerk will read.
The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2136. The House adopts the Conference Committee report on HB 2540, announcing adoption of HCR 5038. House Concurrent Resolution number 5038 by Representatives Reichman, Hawkins, and Sawyer, a concurrent resolution relating to the adjournment sine die of the Senate and House of Representatives during the 2022 regular session of the Legislature. Be it resolved by the Legislature of the State of Kansas, 2/3 of the members elected to the House of Representatives and 2/3 of the members elected to the Senate concurring therein, that the Legislature shall adjourn sine die at the close of business of the daily session convened on May 23rd, 2022.
This constitutes introduction of HCR 5038. Chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and HCR 5038 be adopted by voice vote.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The governor's message having been read, is there a motion on SB 34? Seeing none, the veto is sustained. Are there any final announcements before adjournment? Seeing none, Chair recognizes. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Deaton.
This is a positive announcement. Thank you, Mr. President. So before we left, I wanted you to know that we raised over $17,000 for Special Olympics on the shrimp peel. Thank you all very much. We'll do it again next year.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Some of our work is not yet done today. For some of us who serve on the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations, there will be a meeting at 3 o'clock today in room 582 North. Thank you.
Very good. Any final announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the majority leader from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. As provided by HCR 5038, I move the Senate adjourn sine die.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. By the virtue of the authority vested in me as the President of the Senate, I declare the 2022 session of the Kansas Senate adjourned sine die.